start?
I'm gonna boot up my world real quick.
Okay.
Today's been a great day. Oh, I did not launch Seamless Co-op. Today's been a great day.
So obviously game.
Yep. Seamless Co-op.
I did not launch Seamless Co-op.
Did you hear my echo?
Whoa, that's weird.
What?
Steam announced it as you launching the game as Seamless Co-op and not Elden Ring.
Yeah, because I made it a thing in my library. See, I even gave it a custom background and everything. Isn't that pretty neat?
All the booty.
Dude, the newest COD season's actually really good.
No, you were playing it yesterday.
Did you ever play Advanced Warfare?
Warframe?
Advanced Warfare.
Warframe.
Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. Did you ever play it, Sorry?
Thunderbirds?
What? Dude, I played Helldivers today. I suck.
Wow, that was just fun.
I was playing on
I can,
level
like,
7
level
difficulty.
5.
I was playing level 7 difficulty on Kill the Bugs and I failed 3 times.
Bro, level 7 is kind of crazy. It's fun. What level are you? How'd you get it? How'd you get up to level 7? You have to.
I was playing it on my brother's computer this morning.
Oh,
He was showing me that the automatons are about wiped out of the galaxy.
yeah, until they come back. They always come back. Just wait. Just wait those years.
Well, what they're thinking is they'll be killed and then
Wait until
the
one
Illuminates are
finds
gonna
out
come
about
in.
it. Wait until that one dude finds out about it. My brother's gonna be killed.
Yo, I found a sword, by the way.
Ow, because you didn't play it.
I played after you got off for like a minute. I went and just opened up a dungeon and there was a sword in there. It's a Fate sword too.
Oh, so you Googled it.
No, I found it by complete and utter accident.
I tell you when I Google something, and it's okay. You don't
No, I legit did not Google it. I haven't Googled anything for Elden Ring in like a long time except for what the best sorcery I should be looking out for is, and it's the Grand Thunderbolt. You see it though?
Oh, that one's fun. I really like that sword. I know which one you're talking about.
So you can see that I just found it. Because you know where it's at, right? I found this dungeon in the Altus Plateau, and then I saw,
Plateau.
and then I saw a,
We're going to the Hermit Merchant now. Also, do you want to get that dagger? That faith dagger that's pretty good?
sure, where's the Capital Outskirts Merchants? Where's that at? Oh, I see it. Where's the dagger at?
I pinged it. We can go to it straight from the bonfire though, so we should be good.
The Altus Highway Junction, or ours? Oh yeah, we have to go from ours, don't we? Alright, let me switch my stream over to gameplay. Boom, 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 ba-dum. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, ba-da-bum. Boom, boom.
Have you been singing Gaston's music?
You mean?
Do you want to go get those daggers first? Or do you want to do the attempts? I mean, it's not like it's going to be too good because it's not leveled up.
There we go.
Kid,
What?
do you want to get the dagger first? Or do you want to go and just attempt the boss fight for a little bit?
Let's go get that dagger first.
It's not going to be leveled up, so it's going to be pretty useless.
It's still a dagger. So then if I beat the boss, I thought you died. So then if I beat the boss, I have runes to upgrade it with.
Bro, I just farted, and it smells so bad.
That's actually surprising. You usually say it smells good.
Bro, it's crazy how bad this one smells.
So glad you let me know.
No, it's like burning my nose hairs. Like that's how bad it is. It's like as bad as like a normal dookie is.
At first it smelled like gas, and now it smells like singed hair.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I hate about Elden Ring is you'll completely slide down the hill perfectly fine, and then you'll get to the bottom and then die.
Yeah, just take a bunch of fall damage. I don't know, I just enjoyed the game. I almost fell.
You said there was a
That would've
secret tier?
Huh? No, I said I think there is. No, I said I hope there is. Something like that. There isn't one though.
I bet there's a dungeon we can enter though. Hey, Somber Smithing Stone 5 over here.
I'll grab that in a second. I'm looting a graveyard right now.
I'm heading over there. You know, the nice thing is with controller on a Souls game, since it doesn't even fit on my screen anyways, I can do it in a windowed and play with my controller.
Mine perfectly fits on my screen.
And then well, I got a wide monitor for Christmas.
Wait, where's that smithing stone at?
It was up, you know where the ruins were? Where you said you hoped there was a thing?
Sacred area? Yeah.
Yeah, you see that edge right there that I'm looking straight towards?
Edging?
With
Is
that
it
guy
on the edge,
walking
like where I
around?
am?
You see that guy that just jumped? Where I'm looking at?
No. Do I have to be down or up?
I'm at the graveyard. You see me?
Yeah, do I have to be down or up?
You gotta be up. Just keep going to that little edge right there, and you'll see a dead body hanging over. He's got the
I'll edge.
5 on it.
Don't worry, I'm edging.
I'm so glad for you. Why do I have 5 dung pots? I forgot I made those. I got 5 dung filled pots.
I have a bunch of grand fire pots.
I made one of those and threw it at the draconic tree sentinel, and it did 200 damage, so I haven't made another one since.
I have them for Erd trees. Because fire damage does a lot to Erd trees. You know, get it? Because they're trees. Where you at?
I'm down here waiting
you
for
going
you.
up?
I'm heading
you going
towards
up
that
to
Erd
the
tree
thing?
thingy.
The what? The what?
I went down the hill.
Why?
You want me to follow you?
You want to get the dagger, Caden?
Oh, is it up the hill?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it kept going
I
down,
literally
and
have
then
it pinged.
I know, but I saw it and I thought it was over this ledge and like on the other side of it. I didn't realize it was up top with it. Oh God, is this the red lightning dragon?
What are you on about?
Do you not see the red lightning striking everywhere?
That's just normal colored lightning for me.
Oh, at first it was red. It may have just been because I had like a red tree behind it.
Maybe
Or something.
it's just your Shark Week. It happens like that.
Soren, you just said that live.
It appears I might have. Do you want to buff us for?
Is this a boss?
Yes.
Come here.
Bro, you're cooked. This dude's knife's pretty cool.
Come here.
Bro, I literally don't see you. Ah. I don't want to be cooked. Bro. Did we get too far away from him or something? Bro, that build up is crazy diabolical when it goes off. Oh
Yo,
my
that
God.
is doing so much damage to me. Ow, that hit me!
I don't think you're cooking, Caden. Those dung pots are not doing it.
That is not... I tried to switch off of the dung pots. Oh God, there's death one.
More deaths and it's back to chapter time. Back to homework.
I just forgot to buff you. I have 2 buffs I can pop now. Oh my God, we're all the way back.
Mm-hmm. Well, my reload screen's like 10 seconds longer than yours, so.
Yeah, you just spawned in. I'm already gone.
There has to be a closer bonfire. This is
You
just the
know,
closest one we had.
I get so passionate about streaming, and then I start streaming and get one viewer, and then I instantly get unmotivated.
Aww.
At least Tristan used to watch me.
Whipping the nene.
Yeah, there's 100% got to be a closer bonfire, right?
Potentially.
I mean, if not, you know?
If not, you know. No, I don't know. Explain. Elaborate.
So, you see, if there's not something, then there's not something. So glad I could help you out.
There's one right there. I knew
Where?
it was right here. It's literally right here behind these trees. And by new, I mean I thought. But it is here now.
Oh, put in your new, physic.
I don't even know if I own the physics potion.
It costs
I still have
500,
not
bro.
bought it. I still have not bought it, I don't think. Yeah, I haven't. I don't need physics potion.
Who believes in physics? Atheist?
Yeah. Only atheists believe in physics. Atheists and witches. Speaking of witches, we should burn them again. Salem 2.0.
Guys, he's talking about Elden Ring. Swear to God. Here, let's buff.
I don't remember which trial happening in
Lord
Elden Ring,
bless us
but
in this
okay.
battle. Amen.
And then here, let me pop my second buff.
Well, I have 3 buffs going right now. Time to start cooking them. I did not, in fact, cook him. Oh my god, he's cooking.
Oh, that got him. Sweet.
I can't wait to munt him. It's gonna be unholy, Caden. How did that hit?
You're asking the wrong person.
Bro is incredibly fast.
Oh.
I love that the game developers were like, the only thing that can make this boss better is a command grab. How could we make this more user-friendly? Add a command grab. Oh my god. It's not even like I can get on him either. I might be cooked. Missed, but he missed as well, so it's okay. Front stab or not. WGs.
He just got Rizzo. What does that even mean?
There you go. That's a cool little weapon you can use now. It's entirely face-based, and it has that cool ability that you just saw. So you can use it as a secondary weapon, like in your same right hand slot, and you can use it like after you buff, and you can just spam that as a long range, and you can use that as a short range.
I'm a heavy
Or
load
that'll
if
be
I
your
equip
mid
it.
range. Huh?
I'm a heavy load if I equip it.
Well, change your helmet to a helmet where you can see your head. You spent a while designing them.
No, I didn't.
And you can have your, whenever you get your grand lightning bolt, that can be your long range. And you can use the knife as your mid range and your sword as
That
your
doesn't look
short
half
range.
bad.
Not really. Is that the Confessor helmet?
Yeah.
Let's go back to killing the tree scent, though.
You want to open this up?
No. I would rather just get back, because we are wasting time.
Gonna be an item in there though.
Can you open it?
No, I opened the last one. I had this sword in it. That is the wrong ability.
It's a crimson. I think that makes your crimson ones do more, right?
Yeah. That's actually not bad at all.
Yeah, but I'm not struggling with it because I have a lot of health. Or I don't have a lot of health right now. I can just swing big swords. Come on.
Oh yeah, we can't TP from here, can we?
No. We need to go kill those normal tree sentinels, Caden, so we can get the shields. Do you want to do that first? Or do you want to kill the dragonic tree sentinels?
I'd say kill the normal.
Because that gives us a greater chance, because both of us have chance on both of the deaths to get the shields. And I can use the shields, which will be very good for us.
And we could parry the fireballs that the draconic sends at us.
Yeah.
And also, it would block lightning, because lightning's holy.
I don't
right?
know if it block it, because it has to hit the shield. And I can't have my shield facing up.
Which one are you trying to go to?
The outer wall phantom tree. The outer wall phantom tax.
Where's that at?
It's the first one we came in, you know, with 2 gold seeds next to it, and then up the hill with the gargoyle.
Yeah, I found it,
and
dude.
Up the hill, there were the other 2 gold seeds.
I got a mango loco monster.
Mucho mango, mucho mango.
That is still one of the most hilarious things to ever happen in the friend group.
It wasn't too funny, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I tagged Michael in a video of this dude. It was like, build the Great Pyramids or get on with your friends, and it was this video of the construction of the Great Pyramids. And I tagged Michael, and he was like, I don't think anybody can defend me in this.
Alright, do you want to buff up real quick before we step out?
That would be sweet. If I can move off of this stupid horse, I would love to buff. Buff second now? We cooking, we cooking, we cooking, we cooking. Oh my god, that was nothing. Let's try to lure him back in now, Katie. Don't hit them both, please. We don't need to fight both of these dudes.
I already hit the other one.
Alright. Oh, you did good damage then, didn't you? Yeah, you did great damage to him. Holy.
Yeah, he does great damage to me. Oh! Oh no, there's 2 on the board. Oh,
I could handle one of these just fine. It's the fact that there's 2 of them. And we just target one. Like, you hit him with your dagger slash, he runs in, and we kill him, and then we do the same thing with the other boss.
doesn't it trigger the other one?
No.
I don't even know if the sword's worth it.
Its buff is very good. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, for swinging, yes, it's good, but that's like...
Can we wait to buff? Or... I mean, I don't know why you decided to buff all the way over here. We're going to have to walk over there. We're just going to waste 10 seconds on the buff.
Goodness. Get your wiener out of your mouth.
Hit him with your knife. so he can just get drawn out here. I think he might be out of
Look
range.
at how long it takes.
Told you we were out of range. But look at how much damage it did to him. Bro, I'm using the most useless jumps I think I've ever had right now.
Heal.
Yeah, that dagger's so fun to use, though. Bro, you are getting cooked. I was rolling. Oh, you're gonna have to go get him again. He got out of distance. Will you buff again, though, for me? If you
You
happen
greedy
to have them.
dirtbag.
You don't have to. I mean, I have enough buffs. This sword gives me all the buffs I really need. No way he's running away.
Bro.
Keep running. Run away. Do.
Oh, got stuck on a door. Are you kidding me? If you come here, I've got a blessing ready.
I got cooked.
It appears so. I'm gonna shoot myself. And here goes almost all of my buff.
You could just rest and I could come back. Because you haven't died yet.
Did you like that smooth 180?
Yeah.
He is gonna be at full health though.
That's fine. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. On earth as it is.
My physic heals all of my physic heals all of my health. I said my physic. My physic heals all of my health. I'm going to kill you.
Why?
What are they weak to? Are they weak to death?
I got you so good.
What is holy weak to?
We can just kill him.
Fire?
We can just kill him. Just, are you gonna buff? I'm greedy. Look at how much damage you did in that swing, man. You in fact cooked. Can you come over to this side? Maybe he comes to the door then. Yeah, let's go. Or focus me. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. Like I'm the one who hit you, bro. Back off. What did I do? We traded. He's coming for you. He wants you back, kid.
unfortunate.
Oh, why does that swing take so long?
Bro, come here. Ow. He wants me.
Bro, this is about to turn into Mr. Hands real quick.
Bro.
What?
I just said that.
We
Swear to
boys
God,
broke the Dragonic Tree Sentinel more than this. Oh my god. I'm cooked.
Oh no.
Time to start reading, game.
Soren, you better win this fight.
It doesn't matter. You still have to read regardless.
I know, but you better win this fight.
Bro. Does he have infinite endurance or something? Oh, I got cooked.
That hits you in some universe, apparently.
In this one, that is. That doesn't hit, unfortunately.
Wow, Soren, you're taking 20 minutes. I could have read my chapter by now.
You're gonna have to read regardless. Uh-oh.
I just want it to be a quiet where I
Experience.
can read. Yeah. Not.
Quiet environment. Bro, I just poked him for 800. Dancing, walking.
Did he just faint his ground smash
rearranging
attack?
Furniture. I think so.
Dude, does he know how to hit you? I shouldn't have said that, because now he's gonna hit you with like a one-shot attack.
That one somehow hits. Don't worry. Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture. I'm cooked.
Thorin.
What's happening? Dancing, walking, rearranging furniture.
You greedy dirtbag. Thorin, if you whip another swing, I'm gonna lose it.
Oh no. I whipped yet another swing.
Thorin, he's got like 2 hits on him, bro.
I'm cooked. How did that? He missed. He missed in this universe, thankfully.
Odd, bro. What'd he give you?
Nothing.
And I don't respawn.
Oh, we don't even get the souls until after his friend dies.
And now watch, we're gonna rest and then he's gonna respawn.
Bro, that'd suck. Well, go ahead and start reading.
Alright, let me pull the mic in real close.
Are you reading aloud?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Dude, I should have prepared like a little thing that's just my camera and like some soft music playing.
Some smooth jazz.
You know what? That's exactly what I'm doing right now. That is the wrong file. Alright, media file. Add source. There we go. I've got jazz music playing. Alright. open back up and start with Chapter 5. March 24th, 1962, Palm Springs, California, at 7 p.m. John F. Kennedy is tired but alert. He is in the resort city of Palm Springs, standing on the patio of his Spanish-style home of show business legend Bing Crosby. But Crosby is not present this evening, having turned his comfortable house over to JFK and his entourage for the weekend. Kennedy watches as the party unfolds around the crowded pool on this warm spring evening. Sounds of laughter and splashing fill the night air. Beyond the pool, the president sees boulder-strewn mountains rising above the 1-acre property. That is so small. What do you mean, glorious, comfortable house? You live on 1 acre, Mr. Crosby. Forming a stunning desert backdrop. Yesterday, Kennedy gave a rousing speech to the 85,000 people at the University of California, Berkeley. He spoke of democracy and freedom, key themes throughout the Cold War. He then flew south on Air Force One to Vandenberg Air Force Base, where he watched his first ever missile launch. The slim white Atlas rocket blasted off without incident, proving that the United States was catching up in the space race, which was going strong, with the Soviet Union having just this week reached an agreement to share outer space research with America's Cold War adversaries. Palm Springs and Crosby's secluded home is the perfect weekend hideaway after the hectic West Coast trip. There was a brief bit of official business earlier in the day when the president met with Dwight Eisenhower to discuss foreign policy, but now JFK can finally unwind with a cigar and a daiquiri or two. But the president is not completely relaxed. He knows he has offended his good friend and longtime supporter Frank Sinatra by canceling his plans to spend the weekend at the Sinatra's house and staying at the home of Crosby, a Republican of all things. I hate you. Wank Sinatra. But the president will deal with the symbolism later. Tonight, he just wants to have fun. A lot of fun. It's Saturday, which normally means that Jackie and the children are spending the weekend at the Glen Ora estate. But the First Lady, as the whole world knows from the many media accounts, is halfway around the globe on an official visit to India and Pakistan. The success of her television special confirmed what her husband has known for years. Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy is John Fitzgerald Kennedy's #1 political asset.
Andrew Jackson mogged.
I hate you.
You look maxed. Have you seen this man?
He's already making plans to leverage her property for his 1964 re-election campaign. Dude, shut up. And while the president would be a fool to damage their marriage and his career by a brazen act of public infidelity, there are moments when this normally pragmatic man is helplessly self-destructive, such as now. Among the guests at the Bing Crosby estate is the most glamorous and perhaps the most troubled woman in Hollywood. JFK has cultivated a relationship with her for almost 2 years and is quite certain that tonight, Marilyn Monroe is finally his for the taking. The President of the United States takes another pull on his cigar and steps into the bedroom. His wife is 8,000 miles away. Flip. He can do anything he wants tonight. Anything. And there's absolutely no chance his wife will walk in on him. My wife had her first and last ride on an elephant at JFK spontaneously and formed the packed stadium at the University of California the day before. The crowd roared and laughed and approved. That's how JFK talks to America about his Jackie, as if they're eavesdropping on a private conversation. People crave even the smallest intimate nugget of information about their marriage. The president's keen political instincts tell him, though he never admits it aloud, that the Kennedys aren't just the most glamorous couple in America, they're the most glamorous couple in the entire world. The cool heat of their relationship is an inspiration to lovers everywhere. And it's true, the Kennedys do love each other. JFK is a doting father and a husband who cherishes his family. He lets Caroline and John play in the Oval Office as he works, and the presidential bathtub is often filled with floating rubber ducks and pink pigs, because he knows they amuse baby John. He spends a few minutes in Jackie's bedroom each morning before walking down to the office and likes it when his wife does the same for him each afternoon, waking him up from his nap. The two of them catching up on the news of the day as he gets dressed. The president's only complaint about his wife is that Jackie has a profound indifference to fiscal discipline. She spends more money on clothes than the U.S. government pays him to be president. That's crazy. JFK's net worth is more than $10 million. He dedicates his $100,000 presidential salary to charities such as the Boy Scouts and the United Negro College Fund. Yet there's enormous contradiction in the Kennedys' otherwise charmed marriage. The president's voracious sexual appetite is the elephant that the president rides around on each and every day while pretending that it doesn't exist. There's no way the First Lady can keep up. She's raising a family, restoring the White House, and juggling a busy social calendar. Jackie would have to be superhuman to meet the presidential's physical needs. Plus, he wouldn't be satisfied with just one woman. The sheer volume of call girls, socialites, starlights, and stewardesses escorted into the White House whenever Jackie and the kids are away is beyond the realm of most men's moral or physical capacities. It's gotten to the point where the Secret Service no longer even checks the names and nationalities of all the women Dave Powers procures for the president. That's crazy. More than one federal agent believes the situation is dangerous. The number of women who have access to the president is, of course, a security breach that could bring down the presidency, whether through blackmail or even, say, covert assassination via hypodermic injection. It is a topic of discussion among the Secret Service, but its job is to protect the president, not lecture him. The agents turn a blind eye to his behavior, and some even provide cover for him. Being a member of the White House detail means being married to the job, and the 50 or 80 hours of overtime every month can increase a Secret Service agent's paycheck by more than $1,000 a year. An agent would be a fool to give that up for the sake of a morality lesson. It increases it from overtime. Dude, the fact that a president only makes $100,000 is crazy. The presidential salary is only $100,000.
Yeah, but you're not understanding. They get all the inside information so they can buy, well, technically not the president. President's not allowed to be involved. But like, all the people on the Supreme Court, they have insider information, and they'll get their wives or husbands to buy stocks based on their information that they know, and then that's how their net worth will go from like 1 million to like 7 million in 2 years, even though they're only making like 100,000.
So you want to see one of my notes I have typed?
I'm almost done with this paragraph. Just take a screenshot and send it to me.
I did.
Florida.
Kennedy is a freak.
Freak under the sheets, man.
White House press corps also looks the other way. The president's private life is none of their business, or that of the public's. White House reporters know that the president cherishes loyalty and will cut them off from full access if he doesn't get it. Not a word about suspected infidelities is printed or broadcasted. In fact, the Washington bureau chief for Newsweek, Ben Bradley, a very close friend of the president's, will forever claim to know nothing about JFK's philandering. Meanwhile, the president is having sex with Bradley's sister-in-law. Sometimes the objects of Kennedy's flirtations actually work in the White House, as in the case of Jackie's secretary, Pamela Turner, and Evelyn Lincoln's assistant, Priscilla Ware. This makes the president's courting easier from a logistical and security standpoint, but brings about its own unique dangers. For instance, the president is quite fond of the occasional afternoon swim with the two 20-something secretaries, Priscilla Ware and Jill Cohen, nicknamed Fiddle and Faddle by the Secret Service. That's crazy. The Secret Service agent is always positioned outside the door to make sure no one enters. But one day, the First Lady appeared at the pool door, eager to go for a swim. This had never happened before. The panic-stricken agent barred the door and tried to explain to Jackie that she was not allowed to use the pool of the very White House she was so lovingly restoring. Inside, JFK heard the commotion, quickly pulled on his robe, and fled the pool just before he could be caught. Agents would later recall that his large wet footprints and the smaller prints of his female swim partners left a very clear trail, which Jackie barely did not see, having left in a huff. Could you imagine? You think your husband's in there cheating on you, and you go in and you don't see him, and there's just big footsteps and little footsteps behind it, trailing away.
That's crazy.
Even as one part of the president's brain strategizes clever ways to deal with Fidel Castro, Nikita Khrushchev, and Charles de Gaulle, another part strategizes ways to have as much sex as he wants without Jackie walking in on him. And as Kennedy gets more and more comfortable in the White House, his affairs get more and more outrageous. We got to the point where we'd say, what else is new? One member of the Kennedy Secret Service detail later remembered. There were women everywhere, very often, depending on what shift you were on. You'd either see them going up, or you'd see them coming out in the morning. People were vacuuming, and the ushers were around. There were several of them that were regular visitors. Not when Jackie was there, however. When Kennedy goes for more than a few days without extramarital sex, he becomes a different man. So much that the Secret Service breathes a sigh of relief whenever Jackie takes the kids away for a weekend. When she was there, it was no fun. A long-time agent would later admit.
That's crazy.
Dude, how many pages is this chapter? Oh my god. Don't worry, Zorn. I've got a good long way to go. I've got about 20 pages.
I'm writing about the presidential election of 1824 and 1828 and about how it created the Whigs party.
The Whigs are big L's, bro.
Yeah, they literally just faded out of existence. Faded out.
They became the Republican Party, but that was about it. He just had headaches. You'd really see him droop because he wasn't getting laid. He was like a rooster getting hit with a water hose. Sex is John Kennedy's Achilles heel. Why in the world does he do this to Jackie? And what is he doing to the nation in the progress? Just a few short weeks after being named Attorney General, Bobby Kennedy received a special file from J. Edgar Hoover, the pug-nosed and Machiavellian head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. In the file was evidence about the presidential's extramarital affairs. It turns out that while the newspapers were looking the other way, the FBI had been tracking JFK's liaison since the 1940s because he was seeing a woman thought to be a spy for Nazi Germany.
Oh, that's crazy.
They've been pink pocket watching this guy. That's crazy. Pink pocket watching. Literally. Literally. The file is Hoover's idea of job security. He wants everybody to know the FBI will never be diminished, and that there's nothing illicit going on in America that he doesn't know about. For reasons of national security, not even the President of the United States is above the scrutiny of the FBI. In early 1962, as President Kennedy's visit to Palm Springs is being planned, a Justice Department investigation into organized crime reveals the singer Frank Sinatra is deeply involved with the mafia. What? This is trouble for the Kennedys. Americans know that Sinatra not only supports the president, but is also a close friend. And if that isn't enough to compromise the Attorney General and the President of the United States, their sister, Patricia's husband, movie actor Peter Lawford, is a member of Sinatra's famous Rat Pack. Did you know this, Soren?
No.
Dude's a mafioso. Frank Sinatra was a mafioso. Making the matter...
Quiet?
Huh?
In a smell like quiet.
Huh?
Huh?
Penis small like Wyatt? Is that what you said?
Oh, that's crazy.
Making the matter more delicate is a brand new file from Hoover, delivered to Bobby. Do you want me to mute in Discord?
No.
Delivered to Bobby just a few weeks before the Palm Springs trip. This one indicates that the President of the United States is having sex with a consort of Sam Giancana. Not only one of the most notorious mobsters in the country, but also at the top of the list of mafia kingpins who Bobby Kennedy is trying to bring down. The woman's name is Judith Campbell, and Hoover is describing her as a major security risk. Unbeknownst to Patricia Kennedy Lawford, her husband owes that affiliation to her family heritage. Sinatra has long wanted to be closer to the throne of power. Once he realized that the Kennedys were on the verge of becoming the most powerful family in America, he allowed Lawford into his inner circle. In addition, it was Patricia Kennedy Lawford who bankrolled the script for Ocean's 11, assuming her husband would co-star with Sinatra, but Dean Martin was given the role instead. Sinatra treats Peter Lawford like a hanger-on, suspecting that Patricia Kennedy Lawford, like most people outside the Hollywood bubble, would do the same, would do anything to bask in the reflected glow of the movie star's fame. And Sinatra is correct. Despite numerous snubs, the Lawfords remain keen to be a part of the Rat Pack vibe. Thus, the woman who extended Sinatra's invitation for JFK to stay in his Palm Springs home on his visit to the city is none other than Patricia Kennedy Lawford. After reading Hoover's Sinatra file, Bobby Kennedy tells the president to stay somewhere else in Palm Springs. Bobby doesn't care that this slight might sever a long-standing political relationship with Sinatra, who not only campaigned extensively on behalf of Kennedy in 1960, but also worked overtime to coordinate the inaugural gala. The truth is that Bobby has no choice. Sinatra's repeated contact with 10 of the biggest names in organized crime. The FBI report detail not only tells the dates and times when the singer is phoning mafia heads from home, but also reveals that the mobsters are dialing his private number. The nature of Sinatra's work may on occasion bring him into contact with underworld figures, reads the report, but this does not account for his friendship or financial involvement with people such as Joe and Rocco Fischetti, cousins of Al Capone, Paul Emilio D'Amato, John Formosa, and Sam Giancana, all of whom are on the trade list of racketeers. The FBI has been keeping files on Sinatra since the late 1940s, chronicling his associations with other famous gangsters such as Lucky Luciano, Mickey Cohen. As early as February 1947, there were reports that, and you know what, I might skip this chapter if it does not talk about civil rights, Vietnam, or the Cold War.
How much longer you got?
1 page, 2 page, 3 page, 4 page, 5 page, 6 page, 7 page, 8 page. We got 8 page.
Well, just continue reading it. I'm gonna take a dump after I get finished writing this last paragraph. And I'll be back.
I'll skim these couple pages and only read out the things that I need.
You hear that, Gabe?
What?
Oh, I guess you didn't hear it. Anyways, I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna go take a dump. I'm gonna move real quick.
I can skip those because it just mentions his potential links to the mafia. Marilyn Monroe is already by the president's side. There's an intimacy in their movements that leaves no doubt they will be sleeping together tonight. Monroe has been drinking a lot, or so it appears. She's not a stupid woman, although she plays that role both on and off screen. Kennedy first met Monroe in a dinner party in the 1950s. Their relationship ramped up in 1960, the night he accepted the Democratic nomination for president. The two flirted that night, much to the dismay of Kennedy's staff, who were immediately concerned the pair would be caught having an affair during the campaign. Now, Marilyn Monroe wears a loose robe at the party swirls at the Crosby estate. She is calm and relaxed. Before the night was over, JFK casually invited Marilyn to meet him in Palm Springs to close the deal. He confided in Jackie won't be there. In some ways, she can't help herself. Monroe had been married to two very famous and powerful men. Baseball player Joe DiMaggio, playwright Arthur Miller, but JFK eclipses them by far. Marilyn Monroe is a soldier, she later tells her therapist, speaking in the third person. The first duty of a soldier is to obey the commander-in-chief. And her commander-in-chief is the greatest and most powerful man in the world. It's like the Navy. The president is captain, and Bobby is his executive officer. Bobby would do anything for his country, so would I. We'll never embarrass him. As long as I have memory, I have John Fitzgerald Kennedy. That was kinda heat, Marilyn. Yet despite her passion, Marilyn Monroe's damaged goods. Dang. No, Marilyn is not going to replace Jackie, no matter what the movie star might believe during the 2 nights she spends with the president in Palm Springs. Marilyn gives JFK a chrome Ronson Adonis cigarette lighter as a gift to remind him of their special time together. Although the president certainly needs no reminder of his time with the world's leading sex symbol. Happy birthday to you, Mr. President, she sings in Madison Square Garden, wearing a tight, skin-tight dress that leaves little to the imagination. Marilyn, still stung by JFK's blunt assessment that she is not the First Lady material. She is trying to rekindle the Palm Springs nights of romance. Happy birthday to you, she purrs into the microphone. The date is May 19th, 1962. 10 days before JFK's actual birthday. Jackie's not in attendance, but she knows all about Marilyn. The president never comes in contact with the seemingly tipsy Marilyn as he climbs to the lectern in Madison Square Garden, but he does favor her with a looping gaze that one journalist will later remember as quite a sight to behold. And if I ever saw an appreciation of feminine beauty in the eyes of the man, it was in John F. Kennedy's at that moment, glaring at Marilyn Monroe. Like Sinatra, Marilyn is a snare that could easily entangle Kennedy. This is where the pragmatist in JFK returns, overriding his libido. He's willing to take great personal risks to satisfy his sexual needs, but he does not gamble when it comes to remaining in power. Better to have Monroe and Sinatra and the Mafia as enemies, whom he can view from a wary distance rather than friends that could easily drag him down. The president adopts the chaste mien of an altar boy. I can now retire from politics after having a birthday sung to me in such a sweet and wholesome way. But the president hasn't given up on extramarital affairs. He's just beginning a new long-term relationship with a 19-year-old virgin who he did flowers on Jackie's bed. The presidency is a daunting and lonely job. Moments like the Madison Square Garden party offer a welcome respite from the pressure. JFK basks in the birthday appreciation, which comes in the midst of a campaign rally that raises $1 million for the Democratic Party. The president has no way of knowing that he will celebrate this special day, just only one more time. In the faraway Soviet city of Minsk, Lee Harvey Oswald has finally cleared the tangle of red tape that has prevented him from returning home. The plan now is for him, Marina, and a 5-week-old June Lee to take to the train to the American embassy in Moscow to pick up their travel documents. On May 18th, Oswald is discharged from his job at the Gorizon electronics factory. Few were sad to see him go. The plant director thinks Oswald is careless and oversensitive and lacks initiative. Even Marina thinks her new husband is lazy, and he knows he resents taking orders. The Oswalds arrive in Moscow on May 24th, 1962, the same day that Navy test pilot Scott Carpenter becomes the second American astronaut to orbit Earth. President Kennedy is quick to commend Carpenter for his courage and skills, even as he grapples with Congress over the issue of affordable nationwide health care. On June 1st, the Oswalds board a train from Moscow to Holland. Lee Harvey carries a promissionary note from the U.S. Embassy for $435.71 to help start his life anew in America. On June 2nd, as Secretary of the Navy, John Connally wins a runoff to become the Democratic nominee for governor of Texas. The Oswalds train crosses the Soviet border at Brest. 2 days later, they board the SS Mazdam, bound for America, where they stay below decks for the most of the journey. Oswald is ashamed of Marina's cheap dresses and doesn't want her to be seen in public. He passes the time in their small cabin writing rants about his growing disillusionment with government power. The Mazdam docks in Hoboken, New Jersey, Frank Sinatra's hometown, in 1962. The Oswalds pass through customs without incident and take a small room at New York City's Times Square Hotel. The plan is to stay there until they can afford to fly to Texas, where Oswald's brother lives. There, Oswald can finally settle down and find work. Next morning, in far-off Vietnam, South Vietnamese soldiers are flown overboard in U.S. helicopters to combat a communist stronghold that forces President Kennedy to backpedal publicly on the issue of direct U.S. involvement in Southeast Asia, or that he believes is vital in staunching the worldwide spread of communism. Meanwhile, thanks to a loan from his brother, Lee Harvey Oswald and his family fly to Dallas. The city simmers with a rage that mirrors Oswald's. Oswald's ongoing personal unhappiness in many ways represents that rage. The Deep South swung in President Kennedy's favor during their election, but there are pockets of militant anger about Kennedy being the first Roman Catholic president, a desire to bring about racial equality and what some perceive as his communist tendencies. This is the environment into which the Oswald family arrives. They land at a Dallas airport called Love Field, where the President and First Lady will touch down aboard Air Force One in 17 short months. Oswald is unhappy that his return to the United States has not attracted widespread media attention, or any media attention for that matter, but even as he fumes that the press is nowhere in sight, he has no idea that he's being secretly watched by a very powerful concert. And that's the end of that chapter. Until the next 3 deaths, then I can do it again. Now we just wait for Sword Jolly. Bait bomb bomb, bait bomb bomb. As a specimen, yes, I'm intimidating. My, what a guy. Gaston. Hey. Yeah, because I just finished reading a chapter.
Hello?
What's up?
Did you finish reading?
Yeah, I finished reading that chapter. I skipped through most of it because it was just about his affairs with Marilyn Monroe.
Alright, so are we gonna go next to?
I guess.
Alright, so now we gotta kill that next one. Alright, come on.
Did he respawn?
Yes. Unfortunate.
He didn't respawn.
Okay. I thought you were gonna buff. But it's fine. We'll fine.
Come here. That did not hit me. If you come here, I can hit you with the last rites.
What does it do? Does it buff sword damage? Like, what does it do?
Yeah.
Like short sword damage or long sword damage? 'Cause it doesn't seem to be doing much more.
It's right armament.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I'm lagging big time and I don't know why.
Yeah, same. I just lag very, very intensely.
Come here.
Bro, what? What did he do?
He saw me holding a spell and switched to target me.
Don't get too greedy, Hayden. You can just hit him with your little knife ability. That also works. I think we have to kill the other one.
The other one isn't there.
It is there on my screen.
Oh, he's down there. I have no more mana left, by the way. Like, at all.
I can kill him, don't worry.
Let me see if I have a thing I can pop.
What'd you pop?
I used a Starlight Shard.
Oh, well, we're not going to be using those little mimics, are we? So it's not like it's going to matter. How many flasks do you have? And how are they allocated?
Poorly. That's how they're allocated.
As a spellbit, you should have at least 4 or 5 flasks.
I've got 7 heals left.
Let's lure him up to the top. It'll be easier to fight him up there.
I'm so glad I didn't get hit by that.
Yeah, me too.
That was dope. Both of us popping our things at the same time.
What is he doing, bro? What?
Bruh.
Did you also see that? He unloaded and then reloaded jumping. Yeah, good luck. He can probably kill him.
I don't really know what Vro's doing. I'm getting pissed.
Yeah, that's really annoying.
I'm so glad he hit whatever he just hit in the sky. No, brother. That was so unfortunate. There's one death.
You remind me of Lego piece 11031. Thanks? Hold on, what is that? Okay.
A1 putting the most liked comment to the game.
Alright, there we go. I'm 7-5 now. We should be able to kill him.
That's crazy. This dude said what the eclipse is gonna look like, and it's the You Are My Sunshine normal covered up by the You Are My Sunshine dark. You are my sunshine, my you make me happy. Each time your day. Yeah, just They did that twice in a row. It was crazy.
Bro, there's no way that hit me.
You went blind. No.
At work. I've got a full bar and
We're
2
gonna
flasks left.
We're gonna buff question mark?
Yeah, I'm waiting until we get closer.
Alright. Go ahead and buff.
Heal.
Why is he still on? Okay, he's not anymore. No, he's... Okay, bro's just tripping at this point. I don't know. Okay, let me charge up my heavy attack. There we go. 1600's crazy. I've been walking into these dodges. I only use one flask. 20k is nice. Ooh, nice third tree shield.
Same.
Room.
You could probably
it.
use that in medium roll.
Oh, nice. I can use the thing now.
The golden parry.
Yeah, I can use golden parry. I have just enough faith to use it. I'm heavy load now, unfortunately, but I can see if my level ups will change that at all.
The 1 level up.
Yeah, it's nice.
I don't even have to upgrade the dagger because I already do crazy damage with it. By the way, I have not upgraded this sword once.
The dagger's ability gets better after you upgrade it.
Inteligente. I don't have any somber smithing stones anyways. What my sword does is it grants the effect of sacred order to myself and allies. Which just basically makes our things do holy damage. Oh, dude, I have a lot of runes to pop from that graveyard. Hey, whenever we're about to get this boss killed, I'm gonna put a gold pickle foot into my bar. Is that a good idea?
If you really want to, then sure.
Get at least a level up out of that.
I got 3 off of the stuff I put.
I don't even have a gold pickle foot. I just made some. Inteligente. You want to go to the round table and upgrade? Do you want to kill this Draconic Tree Sentinel or go try to kill that Magma Worm?
I think the Draconic Tree Sentinel's kind of probably where we're gonna do good.
Alright. Because now I have this knife, which is actually kind of bonkers. Alright, I'll do 6 and 6 actually, because I don't take hits, and when I do, I die.
Aiden, I'm like one level away from being medium loaded with
That's
this.
completely okay.
Can I have it, or you want it?
You can have it if you want. You just gotta give me 3 more sips. You just come back and it's light, like you did with Roman. Why is this empty already?
Right, yeah. Let's go ahead and go up to the Hermit Shack.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Because he's not just gonna waste it. It's actually good for
And
you
he
to take a
drinks
sip after every
But he
bite.
drinks it all the way down and there's none left for food.
It's good for you to take a sip after every bite. Yes, it is. It helps with your digestion. I'm not even joking with you.
Aiden,
What's up, gang?
bro, what I just sent you on Instagram is crazy.
I like this new helmet better. What do you think?
I can medium roll without a helmet on, with the big sword and the big shield. It's pretty cool.
I'm not even gonna watch the rest of that. It opened with "I can see your fluffy guy at."
Yeah, that's crazy. It's a diabolical way to start a video.
Are we even close to the Draconic Tree Sentinel?
Yes. Question
Oh,
mark?
dude, don't tell me the... Well, only the gargoyle that has the axe
Where
is
am I
back,
at?
right?
I don't know. I think they're all back. We can just run past him now.
We don't get sniped by
Oh,
an
no,
arrow.
They're not back. Oh,
So
yeah,
it's
just
only the one with the axe. Did we ever kill him? Yeah, we did. Because we were like, why won't he fall? And then I bit his ankle and he fell.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he just fell and died, but he was swinging. Are we still not high enough level to fight Radon?
We got cooked last time. Major League.
Yeah, and I really, if we fight Radon, I'd be able to, what's it called? Read my book. Let me off the horse. There we go.
We've cooked him. I sold.
Uh-uh.
I see the fucking guy.
I can see your fluffy guy at. Thornton, are you bored or something?
I'm sorry, I was watching a TikTok.
You
or
need to
an
get,
Instagram
like,
reel.
elevator music to get you through those loading screens.
Bro, they're so long.
He's
crazy.
targeting your little, your guy already.
My fucking guy at.
He's coming.
Bro, the fact I can medium load with this is kind of crazy. Wait, get behind me. Oh, if you start shooting fireballs, just get behind me. What? Oh, like that. 92 is nothing, though. Maybe it just has to be leveled up.
It's a lot of poise.
I hope so.
Oh, I forgot that was that one.
That stupid attack.
Mm-hmm.
I cooked.
Soren.
I got cooked. Well, it looks like you're going back to reading.
Get me out of here. I want to at least upgrade before I die again. Oh, that's just great. That's just awesome.
What?
Are you able to vote to teleport, Soren?
No.
You can't even open your map?
No. Okay, and I'm gonna count this as your death.
No, you're not.
I am, because you wimped out and ran away.
Because I want to upgrade before I die.
It's not gonna be your only death, though.
Yeah, this is my last death before I have to read.
So, just read and then get your stuff and continue fighting. I'm counting this as your death, and I'm going to do schoolwork.
Okay, I'll count this as my death too. Just let me get to the round table hold so I can upgrade. Because I need to do that anyways. So at least I keep my runes. So we agree that we're going to count this as a death.
Mm-hmm.
Did it respawn you?
Yeah. I guess, I don't know. Give me a second. Gotta get back. I'm at the stake of Marca.
Well, I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms.
Hey, do you have a Somber Smithing Stone 4?
No,
You don't?
not on me. You have 1, 3, 5, and 8.
That sucks. That's, like, legitimately awful. Alright, are you ready, Soren? Soren?
Yeah. For you to read?
Yeah.
Feel free. I'm gonna go get my computer. Go do my history quiz real quick.
Right. Let's go kill him and read another chapter. August 23rd, 1962. Washington, D.C., in Beirut, Lebanon. It's midday. The president is impotent. So Nikita Khrushchev, leader of the Soviet Union, not physically, of course, but in the bruising global arena of realpolitik. Khrushchev has watched Kennedy closely since the Bay of Pigs. searching for signs of the same weakness and indecisiveness that defined the US president's handling of that crisis. The 68-year-old Khrushchev, who came to power after a brutal political battle to replace Stalin, well knows how to evaluate an opponent's strengths and weaknesses. He does not see a worthy adversary in Kennedy. September will mark Khrushchev's 10th anniversary in power. He plans on marking the occasion with a celebration of Soviet dominance in the world. If he can humiliate an American president in the process, I hate you. So much the better. The Russians, as the Soviets are often called, are flaunting their control of outer space by sending not one but 2 spaceships into orbit at the same time. The cosmonauts piloting each craft and further parade Soviet mastery of missile technology by speaking to each other through a device known as a radio telephone. In addition, Khrushchev and his Politburo are thumbing their noses at an international nuclear test ban by exploding 2 40 megaton nuclear weapons over the Arctic 1 week apart. I need to be writing this down. What year? 1962. 1962. Khrushchev flaunts international aeronautics power by sending 2 cosmonauts to space and having them communicate. They are also building an 87-mile-long wall through the heart of Berlin, Germany. This wall separates the Soviet-controlled section from the rest of the city, which is controlled by the Western Allies. The barrier is not meant to keep people out, but to imprison the citizens of communist East Germany, preventing them from fleeing into the freedom of West Germany. The results are horrific. On August 23, 1962, East German border guards shoot a 19-year-old railway policeman who is trying to sprint to the west through a hole in the still unfinished wall. They watch as the young man struggles to crawl the final few yards to freedom, then do nothing to help him as he collapses and dies. The same thing happened a week earlier, when another young German was shot while trying to escape East Germany. Again, border guards watched for an hour as the man slowly bled to death. No one was allowed to go to his rescue. Riots broke out in West Berlin to protest the Soviet behavior, but it continues without apology. Through it all, President Kennedy has refrained from making public threats or even critiquing the Soviet atrocities. Still, the American people overwhelmingly support JFK. He's the most popular president. After all, he is also the most popular president in modern American history, with an average approval rating of 70.1%, almost 6 points higher than Eisenhower's, and a whopping 25 points higher than Harry Truman's. But the public will not forgive another misstep, like the Bay of Pigs, so JFK tiptoes carefully through the high skates arena of foreign policy. Lyndon Johnson does not tiptoe when it comes to foreign relations. The vice president, whose Secret Service code name is Volunteer, now stands up in the front seat of a convertible in Beirut, Lebanon. This Paris of the Middle East loves him. He waves to the huge crowds lining the road as he is driven to Phoenicia Hotel. No matter where in the world he travels, the vice president wades in the crowds, handing out ballpoint pens, cigarette lighters with the initials LBJ stamped onto them. Then he launches into a pep talk, whether it's a leper in Dakar or a shirtless beggar in Karachi. The vice president is keen to shake his hand and tell him that the American dream is not a myth, and that there is hope, even in the midst of poverty. And best of all, LBJ believes this. Johnson was raised in poverty himself. He knows firsthand the ravages of neglect and substandard living conditions. In many ways, the vice president has a far deeper emotional connection with the unwashed crowds along the side of the road than with the wealthy diplomats who host him. Johnson is larger than life, a towering dynamo with a basset hound bags under his eyes and sweat rings soaking his shirt. Back in Washington, he mopes around, bemoaning his lack of power, but when he travels abroad, Johnson is a rock star. His foreign antics are becoming legendary, particularly his impulsive habit of halting motorcades so he can jump out of his personal convertible limousine and into crowds to press the flesh. Beirut's no different. This is the first layover on a 19-day trip that will also see stops in Iran, Greece, Turkey, Cyprus, Italy. and Lebanon was just supposed to be a refueling stop for his 707. But when Johnson learns that he is the highest-ranking American official to ever visit the land of the Cedars, he can't help himself. The refueling stop suddenly becomes an official visit, and the vice president is soon whisked from the airport and into the heart of Beirut. As his motorcade slows down, Johnson spots a crowd of children at a roadside melon stand. He orders his driver to halt, whipping off his sunglasses to make eye contact. Johnson bounds over to the startled kids and tells them about the power of the American dream. Some of the children look confused. A teenager wearing a Champion Spark Plugs cap is told by the United States, "Man," standing behind the liberty and integrity of Lebanon. Johnson's voice is booming, and he waves his arms as he speaks. Secret Service agents hasten to surround him, once again annoyed at the vice president's ignorance about security. Then, in a flash, Johnson is back in the front seat of his car, standing tall, waving to the crowds with both hands as he continues into the heart of Beirut. Lyndon Johnson is a persnickety traveler. In addition to his limousine, he travels with cases of Cutty Sark scotch and a special shower nozzle, whose needle-like jets of water he prefers. Lyndon Johnson demands a 7-foot-long mattress in each hotel room to accommodate his large frame. Not that he sleeps much. Long after his staff has gone to sleep, LBJ is still at work, making phone calls back to Washington and reading diplomatic cables. Originally, Johnson fought JFK over being used as a roving ambassador, but now he's come to love this aspect of the job. In Washington, his craving for authority has many in the White House referring to him as Seward, a reference to Abraham Lincoln's power-hungry Secretary of State. But on the road, Johnson truly does have power. He speaks for the president, but just as often veers off message to speak his own mind, which are moments he relishes. In Thailand, LBJ conducts a 3 a.m. press conference in his pajamas. On that same trip, he is warned that patting people on the head is considered an offense in Thai culture, whereupon he immediately bounds onto a local bus and rubs his large hands on the heads of its passengers. But there's no need for disrobing in Beirut. The Phoenicia Hotel is just 2 blocks away from the blue Mediterranean. The August heat is tempered by a cool sea breeze. This will be one of the longest trips Johnson has ever undertaken, but the vice president is reveling in every minute, because for each of those 19 days away from the United States, he'll be the most powerful and respected man in the room. At the same time, Bobby Kennedy is engaged in a completely different power struggle, one best epitomized by an incident that happened 7 years ago. Mississippi, 1955. A 14-year-old African-American boy named Emmett Louis Bobo Till is visiting relatives in the Mississippi Delta town of Money. Till is from Chicago and has come to the deep south to see for himself where his mother grew up. He had polio as a small child, which caused him to develop a stuttering problem. But though just 5 foot 4 inches, he now looks mature enough that he often passes for an adult. A close look at his smooth face, however, reveals that he's still very much a child. Emmett tells his mother he understands the southern racial climate and promises to be careful. This will turn out to be a false promise. The teenager arrives at the small 2-bedroom home of his 64-year-old great-uncle Moses Wright. 3 days later, on Wednesday, he and some of his teenage relatives drift over to Bryant's Grocery and Meat Market, a small mom-and-pop operation that caters mostly to local sharecroppers. It is 7:30 at night, and the 24-year-old owner, Roy Bryant, former soldier, is away in Texas, hauling shrimp to New Orleans to San Antonio. His 21-year-old wife, Carolyn, a petite woman with black hair and dark eyes, is running the store. Emmett is among young blacks, 8 of them to be in fact, who pull up to the store in a 1946 Ford. All are between 13 and 19 years old. They meet up with another group of black teens that is already playing checkers at the tables on the front of the store's porch. Emmett, hundreds of miles away from home, trying his best to fit in, shows the group of a picture and a white girl in his wallet, and then brags that she was a sexual conquest. The crowd, which now numbers almost 20 teenage boys, can't believe their ears. Such an intermingling of races is unheard of in Mississippi. Public restrooms, drinking fountains, and restaurants there are segregated. A black man can never even dream of shaking hands with a white man, unless the white man extended his hand first. Blacks lower their gaze when talking to whites, always showing them respect, referring to them as Mr. or Mrs. or Miss, and never by their first name. So Emmett Till's claim that he not only spoke to the white girl, but also took her clothes off and lay with her, is a monumental disbelief. He walks over to Caroline Bryant. He walks over to the candy case where he asks for 2 cents worth of bubble gum. When Caroline hands him the gum, Emmett places his hand over hers and asks the married mother of 2 young boys for a date. Back home in Chicago, a man touching a woman's hand might not be considered a big deal, but in Deep South, skin-on-skin contact between blacks and whites is forbidden. When money is exchanged in stores, the black person will place it on the counter rather than into the white man's hand. Similarly, when the change is returned, it is also placed on the counter. And Emmett didn't just touch a married white woman. He asked her for a date. Carolyn pulls away, astonished. Emmett reaches for her again, this time around her waist. "You need to be afraid of me, baby," he assures her. "I've been with white girls before." Angrily, she pushes him away. Emmett finally leaves the store, but he's soon followed by the furious woman who's racing to her car to get to her husband's handgun. It's getting late. She now fears for her safety. But Emmett Till means her no harm. He's in the habit of substituting whistling for words when his stutter sets in, as he does now, whistling at Bryant. Caroline Bryant is shocked again, so are the black teenagers watching the scene unfold. They knew the whistle would cause trouble. The official FBI report will read, and they left in haste, taking Till with them. When Roy Bryant returns home and hears what happened, he wastes no time in conducting his own personal criminal investigation. On August 18th, 2:30 a.m., he bangs on the door of Emmett's great-uncle, Moses Wright. Roy is accompanied by his friend, J.W. Big Millen. I should be writing this down in the civil rights category.
No TV. Roman, cut it off. Are you done, Katie?
Nope. Safety.
How many pages left? Like 20?
Let's check.
30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80? 90, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4,
6.
100. How many?
6.
Hurry up.
But apparently, Emmett doesn't know his place, because he continues to tell his captors that he is their equal, and even brags about having sex with white women. This belief in the equality of blacks and whites, something that Emmett finds relatively common in integrated Chicago, infuriates Millen and Bryant. I should have stood there in that shed and listened to that throw that poison at me, Millen will remember, and I just made up my mind, Chicago boy. I'm tired of them sending your kind down here to stir up trouble. Dang you. I'm going to make an example of you, just so everybody can know how me and my folks stand. They're no longer interested in scaring Emmett. They want to murder him. Big remembers that a nearby cotton company has recently changed the fan on one of their gins. The fan is enormous, 3 feet across and weighing 75 pounds. They drive to the Progressive Ginning Company, steal the discarded fan, and continue on to a hidden spot along the Tallahatchie, where Big likes to hunt squirrels. They force Emmett to carry the fan to the river's edge, and they force him to strip. You still good as I am, big ass? Yeah. Even standing naked before the two men, 2 decades older than he, Emmett finds a way to be courageous. Blood streams down his face, and his cheekbones are broken. One of his eyes has been gouged out as well. You still had white women? Yeah. Big raises his .45 and shoots Emmett point blank in the head. The bullet makes small holes that enters near the right ear and kills the 14-year-old in an instant. Big and Roy then run a strand of barbed wire around Emmett's neck and attach it to the fan. They roll his body anchored by the giant hunk of metal into the river, then drive home to wash out the blood that's pooling in the back of the pickup. Despite the heavy fan tied around his neck, Emmett's body drifts with the current. 3 days later, fishermen find his bloated corpse bobbing in the water some 8 miles downstream. His head is almost flattened from the pistol blows. When Emmett's body is returned to Chicago, his mother insists on an open casket at the funeral, so that the world can see the crime perpetrated against her son. Pictures of Emmett Till's battered and flattened head are published in magazines nationwide. Tens of thousands attend the viewing, and public outrage about the murder spreads across the country. But not in Mississippi. The police later arrest Roy Bryant and Big Milne. Both men are acquitted with the crime of manslaughter by a jury of their peers, taking advantage of the judicial concept of double jeopardy, which does not allow an individual to be tried twice for the same crime. The 2 men later boast to Look magazine writer about the day they murdered Emmett Till. Till 1962, JFK was not eager to lead the fight for equal rights, knowing that taking a pro-black position could hurt him with the Democratic Party. In fact, the president's record on race issues was middling at best. What are you doing? When he was in Senate since the 1954 landmark Brown versus Board of Education ruling by the Supreme Court. Tension in the South has reached an all-time high, and events such as the murder of Emmett Till are no longer an exception. Human blood may stain Southern soil in many places because of this decision. An editorial in a Mississippi newspaper correctly prophesied shortly after the ruling. Bobby Kennedy made it plain he would use his Justice Department as a bully pulpit to enforce civil rights throughout America. Bobby Kennedy wants to use Justice Department to ensure civil rights. Bobby Kennedy was instrumental in helping civil rights activists known as Freedom Riders travel by bus into the South to fight segregation in 1961. The Greyhound Company, fearing its buses might be vandalized, had initially denied Northern activist passage. Kennedy pressured Greyhound. The company relented, but RFK could not stop what happened next. As soon as the activists tried to get off the buses, they were beaten with pipes and clubs by angry mobs, and local law enforcement did nothing to stop the brutality. Despite, or perhaps because of the violence, the civil rights movement begins to gain momentum, and Robert Kennedy is now paying close attention to one of its most prominent leaders, a 33-year-old charismatic Baptist minister named Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I want to mention Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Are you done?
Nope. I am a third of the way through the book, though. That's only 421.
It's almost the ring number. Almost the ring number.
Reverend King is as intense and enigmatic as President Kennedy. He's a man of deep religious values who also sleeps with women outside his marriage. His speaking tone and rhetoric are bold and impassioned, but he advocates the same nonviolence to achieve his methods as Gandhi used in India. Gandhi also had sex with a bunch of children. King also appears to be a communist sympathizer. This puts Bobby in the unlikely position of having to monitor King to determine whether the Reverend is indeed a communist. 1, 2, skip a few. Black woman stabbed him in the chest in 1958. There are constant fears that the Reverend will be lynched. No, I don't need a promotion in my channel. I'm self-made. Truth be told, the civil rights movement is an enormous headache for Bobby Kennedy. Hoover, however, does take an interest in Reverend King, but only because of the widespread belief that within the FBI, the civil rights movement is part of a larger communist plot against America. One of the Bureau's division leaders, William C. Sullivan, will characterize King as the most dangerous Negro of the future in this nation and will stand point of communism and national security. The truth in Bobby Kennedy gnosis is that in large parts of the South, black Americans have little protection from prejudice and violence. Wait, Soren, is it bad to say that? Soren? Sorenstein. Soren Jolly. Although the Kennedy tradition is to put politics above social concerns, the two brothers raised an affluent northern liberalism that has become increasingly interesting in righting the wrongs of racial injustice. Bobby knows that one of JFK's first official acts after being re-elected in 1964 would be to fire Hoover, so he soldiers on investigating civil rights violations without the FBI director's support. Tough going. Something as simple as getting a judge approved by the Senate for an open spot in a federal court is stymied whenever the senator in charge of the subcommittee orders that the proceedings be halted indefinitely. Not surprisingly, the judge up for approval. Thurgood Marshall is black, and also not surprisingly, the senator who altered the proceedings is white. But Robert Kennedy is the U.S. Attorney General, sworn to uphold the nation's laws, and as long as young men such as Emmett Till are being lynched for the color of their skin, Bobby has no choice but to wage this war. Alright. Soren, you there?
Hey, are you done yet?
Are you there?
Yeah. You done?
I think so. I don't think I have to read the rest of this. I think it's about affairs again. So let me scan through it real quick. Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald. Right. I'm done with the chapter. I got a bunch of notes too, and I'm like on page 108. Black Seminole. Black Seminole. You know, I wish Elden Ring told you what the buffs did, instead of just telling you they buff you and give it to you. Do you have the Flask of Physics, Soren?
Yeah.
Alright, I was just making sure. I bought a memory stone just because. Is our boy Rogier still doing good? Yeah, he is. Thank God. I love Ro. Am I able to use this grease? No, I'm not able to use the grease on this weapon.
Did you need something?
Soren,
What?
are you ready?
Give me a minute. I'm gonna go do something. I'll be back in a second.
Can you teleport to the
Like,
Cathedral of
literally, I'll be
Dragon
back in 30
Communion?
seconds, you don't go.
This flibba. This absolute lub.
Queen Marika God, but after the grim punishment for Marika's trespass, but even in shackles, confer great runes to be the fingers. Now you.
Actually, I kind of want his armor. That looks dope. I'm going to Google what you do with the Stormhawk King's ashes.
Alright,
It's been over 30 seconds. There's no way.
What?
Literally, right as I said, it's been over 30 seconds. Alright, I'm back.
Okay, well.
Can we go to the Church of Dragon Communion really quick?
No. Hayden. We're gonna beat the tree sentinel. What do you need to do at the Church of Communion?
See if there's any more spells I could
I
get.
can't hear you. You're gonna have to talk
To
up.
see if there was any more spells I could get.
Not that you need. We almost beat him yesterday.
Also, apparently we can give the Stormhawk King ashes to one of the girls in here. Oh, she gone.
Journey to the two fingers, you may be. So, despite Beer's castle lies
Either we're fighting the Dragonic Tree Sentinel or we're fighting Radon.
Dang it, bro. Where did Nefeli Lu go? Okay, we've progressed the game. We've progressed the game. Apparently. Never mind. The Dung Eater sat back down. You know Nefeli Lu, the girl that helps us with the Godric boss fight? We were supposed to be able to give her the Stormhawk King ashes, and she gives us a potion. But she disappeared, so.
Come on.
Sigma.
I hate you, bro.
Why?
I just think she hadn't shown up because of a glitch. She's supposed to be there. She only disappears if you beat Malekith before you give her the ashes. And we definitely have not beat Malekith. Nor do I think we're anywhere close to beating Malekith. Shut up, Soren. Shoot your fireballs at me, doggy. Already is crazy.
I'm having below half health.
Mm.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Can we munt him now? He caused me so much pain, I need to.
Roar! I got both of his items.
Can we munt him now?
Yeah, Soren. Let's get our munt on.
Yay!
There's something wrong with us.
Can I use his thing that he gave me? I can.
Is it good for you? That's the question.
I don't know.
Oh, 50k? That's so yummy.
It gives me endure, so it does lightning damage. It doesn't scale with faith at all.
I know. Soren, I'm painfully aware of the class I play. And its shortcomings. Soren, you can use your horse.
I can use my legs too, because I'm not fat.
Are you calling Torrent fat? That's mean.
I'm you fat.
Why would you call Torrent fat? I keep forgetting that you look like James Bewley. Alright, where do we go now? Now do you think we could beat Redonicles?
You want to try?
Do you think we could beat... Well, yeah, we'd have to because we can't do Rykard. Is there any more boss fights on the Weeping Peninsula we could do?
We can go and kill what's his face. Or do to the end of this.
Do at the end of what?
The capital. Well, let's go try and fight Radon.
We could also do the
I'm teleporting Radon.
there's several fights in Caelid we haven't done. We haven't killed the dragon, the guy in the middle of the swamp, the guy in the magic town we unlocked and just never killed. But I know you don't want to TP around because it takes too long and you get bored.
I'm already on Japan. We could probably kill this dude.
Oh, Nefeli's not in there because she's probably here.
Champions! I am the... Do you know? Well, to think. But be sure to get...
Oh, dude, we never broke Alexander out of the floor, so we won't have his quest.
Before we begin...
Can we skip this?
Oh, I skipped it. Does it not allow you to skip it?
No. I have to wait for you to click the skip.
I already skipped it.
I know. I'm out now.
Dude, you think you can parry Radon's arrows?
Probably. That's why I have the shield on. I also have it on for his gravity attacks.
Why can't you see him out there?
Because he's not that bad.
What do you mean he's not that fat, bro? Yes, he is. He is that
He's
fat.
like what you sized.
Soren,
What?
how much do you weigh?
Less.
Less than what?
You.
And how much do I weigh?
More. I tried real hard.
Oh, I thought I could outrun that one.
I got one shot and you did not. Bro, do you think you can solo?
Oh, that just stunlocked me. I had 50k souls. I forgot to level up.
Unfortunate.
Oh, if only you didn't die instantly. Do I have a homeward bone? Oh, that's Dark Souls 3. Is there any item that TPs you without losing your souls?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, God. Alright, we've actually got to do good this time.
Why'd you buff it?
Because it hit you, did it not?
No. It was a waste of your time.
I'm just gonna get hit by everything, aren't I? Christ on crutches, man. Hey, I missed. Soren, why do you suck so bad?
Okay. Yes.
This may be a mistake. Look at how much damage I did. Solo. Oh god, I've got one more death until I have to read a chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. Ready, Soren?
No.
I need to lock
I think
in.
I need better armor on.
Oh, you can't parry it, can you? So you're just taking your shield off?
Yeah.
You really want me to get hit by these, don't you?
No, I was still changing my armor when you entered.
Yo, where are my runes? Where are my runes?
Bruh.
Are you the dog? Are you the alpha? Should I watch out, bruh?
You barely missed.
Oh, ay, 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 ay. Thorn, try not to run into every attack challenge. Impossible.
That's literally the only one that happens.
It happens every time. You'll die to him attacking me, bro. Where is he going?
He's cooking, bro.
Step off. Rodonicals. They don't gotta be like this. Go into space, please, Radon.
You know what happened 10 minutes ago?
What?
We liberated the last one.
The automatons are
There's
dead?
no more automatons. We're keeping the last bit of them as prisoners.
What? Caden, try not to get hit by the same move over and over.
You know what's gonna be though? You remember what I was saying? Like, if the board sits still for a while, like, what if, I was like, what if they get pushed out and nothing happens? Nothing.
What's the point in Radon doing that?
That's crazy.
I think 2 days, the Illuminats are gonna be back.
Oh my god. Radon, you're obnoxious.
He hasn't even done a second base out.
And then moves to chat, dude.
I'm just saying, bro, that blade's good. It's one of my favorite
I can't
attacks.
press my roll button in time. I'm too fat and ugly.
That's so real. That was like nanometers.
Oh my god, get off of me, Radon!
You ready to read?
Dude, look at his health. Why did he not blast off?
You ready to read Kennedy?
Wait. We died one time to him. Oh, that's my third death. It's all your fault, Sorn.
Bro, Denial's the river in Egypt. That's all I gotta say.
Dude, every time you die, it's nothing against you. You're probably just not suspecting it. But every time you've died, he's gone to swing at me, and you've done like a swing at him with Torrent and ran straight into it and got clapped.
Bro, it happens. It happens a lot.
He's literally going to underhand smack me, and you jump and put your butt cheeks right in the way, and he just gives him a nice little puffy jiggle.
I like this sword. It's cool looking.
The only thing I'm happy about is that I've kept my my what's it called? My runes alive over there.
Well, start reading, buddy.
Natalie just messaged me, time to read Story Boy. I don't want to do this.
Keep it up, man. It's not my fault you're bad at the game.
You said what?
So it's not my fault you're bad at the game.
Who's bad at the game?
You.
Who's been last time at every single fight?
What?
Ever.
What is wrong with you?
What? I
What,
gave
Kenny?
birth to you.
What?
Thanks, buddy. The President of the United States is rolling around on the bedroom floor with his children. Jack LaLanne is on the television. Telling JFK, Caroline, and John to touch their toes. Kennedy wears just a t-shirt and underpants. The carpeting in a nearby easy chair are cream-colored, providing perfect accents to the blue pattern covers on the president's 4-poster canopy bed. Natalie said you're obnoxious and you suck. The TV volume is absolutely full blast as JFK and his son and daughter tumble around, loud enough that Jackie comes in from her bedroom to see what's going on. She loves her husband's lack of self-consciousness and how at ease he is in all situations. But as she can plainly see, morning with the kids is when John Kennedy is at his most relaxed. He dotes on his children. Do I have to read any of this? John and Caroline walk into the Oval Office and play on the floor or even beneath the presidential desk. Jackie protects the children from public eye, but the president takes a larger view, realizing that America is enthralled by such young first family and clamors for every morsel of news about their daily life. Sometimes the president returns the favor by paying a surprise visit to Caroline and her classmates at their small private school on the 3rd floor of the White House. At nights, the president is a great storyteller, making up tales about the fictitious giant and Bobo the Lobo, and the sock-eating creatures of the deep and the white shark and the black shark. The drop-in visits, forays to schoolroom, and bedtime stories are unscheduled, but rolling around on the floor is a cherished morning routine. Kennedy, like every president since John Adams, became the White House first resident in 1800, and has learned that life inside the White House is complicated. Mornings are the only time the president can be carefree, unrehearsed, and, best of all, unwatched by a curious public. But on this Tuesday morning in October, a knock on the president's bedroom door intrudes on his private time with his children. That knock will change everything. National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy. That is a crazy name. Did you hear that name, Soren? McGeorge Bundy. That's hilarious. The razor-sharp creases of his suit, pants, and polished shoes give him the slim, bespectacled scholar an outward look of complete organization, which conflicts with his internal feelings of utter disarray. He's about to deliver very bad news, but has intentionally waited until now to tell the president. Kennedy was in New York to deliver a speech and didn't return to the White House until very late. The National Security Advisor wanted to make sure Kennedy received a full night's sleep before Bundy stepped into the presidential bedroom and broke the news. Bundy knows that from now on until the moment this problem is solved, the president will be lucky to get any rest. Mr. President, the 43-year-old Bundy calmly informs Kennedy, there is now hard photographic evidence, which you will see later, that the Russians have offensive missiles in Cuba. Time to go down on the Cold War portion. Yeah. Kennedy knows that he needs to tread carefully. But nothing, not the Bay of Pigs, not civil rights, not the Berlin Wall, were remotely compared to this. The missiles could kill 80 million Americans within a matter of minutes. The Bay of Pigs, in its own mismanaged way, has shaped John Kennedy's presidency. JFK is not nervous as he was in April 1961. He's not overwhelmed. Instead, he behaves like the President of the United States, a man who long ago stopped defining himself by party affiliation. Kennedy knows that he needs to tread carefully. A second misstep in Cuba could be devastating, not only to his presidency, but also to his own children. The thought of losing Caroline and John to an atomic bomb terrifies Kennedy. For his children are always on his mind when he deals with the Soviets and the issue of nuclear war. The president is lobbying for an international nuclear test ban and characterizes himself as the president of generations unborn, and not just American generations. Once, on a visit to New Mexico nuclear testing ground, Kennedy was astounded at the enormity of the crater left by a recent underground test explosion. Even more troublesome was the opinion of two physicists who explained with broad smiles on their face that they were designing a more powerful bomb that would leave a much smaller crater. How can they be so damn cheerful about a thing like that? The president growls to a writer afterwards. This was highly uncharacteristic. Kennedy's typical behavior is outwardly friendly and inwardly guarded. He usually gives away nothing, so this sharing of feeling is glaring evidence of his anxiety. They keep telling me that if they could run more tests, they could come up with a cleaner bomb. If you're going to kill 100 million people, what difference does it make whether it's clean or dirty? JFK orders McGeorge Bundy to immediately schedule a top-secret meeting of the National Security Staff. He then phones Bobby, telling him that we have some big trouble, and he wants Bobby over here. The president decides not to deviate from his normal schedule, not wanting the news about Cuba to get out quite yet. He knows very little about the situation and doesn't plan for moving forward, leaking word prematurely, at a time when he doesn't have answers to the many questions the press will ask. It'll make him appear weak and indecisive. Another reason for keeping the second Cuba quiet has to do with JFK's political best interest. The president long ago assured the American public that he would not allow the Soviets to install offensive weapons in Cuba. Khrushchev is calling Kennedy's bluff at a time when midterm congressional elections are just a few weeks away. The president has no way of knowing whether the Soviets ever plan to use the missiles, but their mere presence shows that Khrushchev continues his quest to secure the upper hand in the U.S.-Soviet relationship, and this must not happen. As with all midterms, the votes being cast across the nation will be a referendum on Kennedy's policies and administration. His party holds a majority in the House and Senate, and makes it easier for JFK to promote his presidential agenda. Losing those majorities will complicate his job and could perhaps cost him the election in 1964. There is another, even more personal reason JFK wants his policies viewed in a popular light. His youngest brother, Teddy, is running for Senate in Massachusetts. Something as catastrophic as a mishandling of this new Cuba situation could destroy any hopes of Teddy winning. JFK is proud of his 30-year-old brother's bid for office, but has given it a wide berth during the campaign. The president's official statement on the matter was terse. His brother prefers that the matter be decided by the people in Massachusetts and that the president should not become involved. JFK bristles at the widespread media coverage of Teddy's run, including a sarcastic New York Times column about the youngest Kennedy brothers' relative inexperience and other newspaper articles warning of a Kennedy dynasty. None of this really bothers the president personally, but he knows that if Teddy loses in the Kennedy's home state, it'll be a reflection of his political strength, or lack thereof. How many more pages? Yo, that's a lot, dog. You wanna know how many pages I've flipped, Soren? Soren, guess how many pages I just flipped?
How many?
Until the end of the chapter.
22.
Let's just say I went from 108 to 142.
So you got a good bit of reading to do before you're done with your chapter?
No, I'm actually very lucky that I already know what this is talking about. And I have background information that I can just write down for this. What is going on, Soren?
I think Dustin's lost the same Destiny 2 game for like the past 4 hours straight, and he's been attempting it since 8 o'clock this morning.
I, honest to God, feel so bad for him.
9 hours he's been at it. Or no, not even that. 9 hours.
I literally, honest to God, feel so bad for him. because I know how hard Destiny raids are, bro. They're
He did it
miserable.
by himself too.
By himself?
Mm-hmm. He almost beat it that time.
Yeah, this is literally just talking about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Oh my god. I'm so glad I played Black Ops 1. (1962) when Khrushchev freed. Lauren,
What? I'm gonna do anything. What?
get that out of the microphone. What is your problem, bro?
What?
It seems I don't really like that much. Whiz, get the killer.
Did you even hear what I said, dude?
What?
Whenever I was taking these notes, I was like, I'm so glad I played Black Ops 1 and Cold War. That's what sparked my interest as a young lad about the Cuban Missile Crisis. All right, are you ready to try Radon again? Thorin Alexander Hamilton Jolly.
I'm sorry, I was laughing at a TikTok. Yeah, fair. It was so funny. Can look at me?
You are beautiful. You are beautiful. Thanks, sorry. Is that my buff? Are you buffing me right now?
Beautiful. Yes.
Ow! Oh, where are my runes? I don't have a compass in the boss fight. Soren, I'm going to find my runes, by the way. Like, I'm going to get them. So, please do not die.
I'm cooked, bro. But he put you down.
On some gangster stuff, bro.
Are you not hopping on Torrent?
No?
Whatever floats your boat, man.
Yo, 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 yo. Radon, why are you chasing me?
I'm gonna get my souls real quick. They're showing up on my compass.
I don't have a compass.
Mr. Radon, I want some of that Redussy.
How did that hit you?
Mr. Radon, you're kind of mean. You know that, right?
Radon, your Redussy's kind of hurt. You're at half health. You're one tap, by the way.
Yacht, bro. Here, I need some birdie. I need Ernie bird.
Did you not hit him?
I did.
God, I'm not dead.
Bro should not be aggro on you, but he is. Uh-oh.
He's going after. No, nope, nope, nah, no, mm-mm.
But who even knows at this point? Yeah, he's... Bro, you did 2 of those little orb things at you for no reason?
Watch, I'm gonna get close and he's gonna turn around. Hey, look who ran into attack pointed at me. Wow. He ran away. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Callie girl. What are you doing, kitty little kitty? was here. I was here. I haven't even been doing this for 2 hours. I haven't even been doing this for 2 hours. And I've read over 100 something pages. I got to skip 42 of the pages because I already know about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Mom, you're sitting here stressing out. You're only stressing out because you want to watch JoJo's tonight. I will finish this by tonight. It's very obvious. Hey, Soren. 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 Jolie. I think my computer may have messed up.
Chat, will you clip that?
Clip what?
Nothing.
What, my mom talking to me?
Your mom mogging to you?
Literally for this fight, I might use the black knife. Well, I'm going to use the black knife as my main weapon because this one has no range. And I do not feel confident enough in my own capabilities to engage in one-on-one combat with Radon. Alright, where are my runicles? Oh, I'm almost here. Uh-oh. I just dry fired at him. Bro!
How many more attempts do you have?
One. I'm actually surprised you hit him.
Thank you.
No, like I thought he was gonna hit you and one-shot you there.
Bro, my Headphones are all types jacked up right now. I don't even know what's happening.
Why can't he focus you like that normally? Black Seminole. Black.
Bro, I have no clue what's going on with my headphones. They're tripping.
Are they backwards?
No. Every so often, the right headphones input is just not working, so I can't hear out of it, and it's so disorientating because it keeps cutting in and out.
You're saying that like you're having to pay attention to sound cues. Black Seminole. Black Seminole. All right, Soren. Come here. We got one more.
Oh, lovely. I don't have Torn anymore. I love that he's useless.
My rune's at Redonicles. Oh!
Star Scourge, Rizdon.
I'm getting rizzed on. Dude, my runes are on his feet. I'm not even joking. You can get on him and deal damage.
I don't have Torrent, and you run faster than me.
As long as I get my runes, I'm happy.
All my damage is gonna be useless once you hit him with that knife, anyways.
Every time I go to hit him, I've almost gone through 2.5 health bars. Or 2.5 FP bars. Missing him with the Blade of Death. I don't really know how that hit me.
I just saw him. I hit him for like 3 heavy attacks.
Oh my god, I pressed my roll button. Oh my gosh. Just sit there and drink the flask. I got hit by that.
Hey, those little balls are coming at you.
I know.
He's still not on me.
Run, Gaten, run! Please, for the love of God, run.
Cooked I am.
Heal you must.
I missed.
Thorn, you need to heal. I love just watching him outrun you completely and utterly.
Yeah, me too.
Come here, come here, come here, come here.
You just sword one too? Oh no. Time to read.
It's my sword one too.
crazy.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Oh, time to get to reading again. Mom. I assure you, I'm going to be reading, but I will be right back. I do need to go use the restroom, so I'll leave y'all with some music really quick. And Soren's ambient TikTok in the background. It'll kind of remind you of sitting there with the TV on a warm Sunday morning. Oh, baby. Oh, I missed the follow notification. Let me replay that. Where is it? There we go.
What the Sigma?
There we go. What the Sigma? Callie, stop licking your gooch in my floor, please. Then, like the rest of America, Walker was soon distracted by the barrage of radio and television reports documenting the Cuban Missile Crisis. He was deeply touched by Jackie's maternal nature and the fact that she insisted on remaining at the White House to be with her husband. Walker realized that the First Lady was a woman of substance, not just a wealthy young lady with a passion for French culture. So, he changed his mind. Long before the Cuban Missile Crisis was over, he began arranging the Mona Lisa's trip to America. Walker's task was made much easier when JFK ordered the world's most elite bodyguards to watch over the precious work of art, none other than the men who would willingly take a bullet to protect the president himself. The secret's over. No, she can't. I don't want Callie in my floor licking her china. The President's Secret Service codename is Lancer. The First Lady is Lace. Carolina and John are Lyric and Lark, respectively. Almost everything and everyone in the First Family's lives has a codename. LBJ is Volunteer. President Lincoln is SS-100X. Dean Rusk is Freedom. The things that exist temporarily have codenames such as Charcoal. No, Callie, don't lay on my balaclava. Please? No, Callie. Get off of my Gaston outfit, please. There you go. You can sleep now, kitty girl. These police officers shifted their protective focus to the president. 2 officers remained at his side at 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. Other stable Lincoln. Each officer carried a .38 caliber pistol. John Kennedy's bodyguards carry .38 revolvers beneath their suit coats, but every other aspect of of their protection is furtive. The Secret Service motto is worthy of trust and confidence. They are athletic men, many of them possessing college degrees and military backgrounds. Drinking beer on duty is out of the question. The Secret Service headquarters in the White House is a small windowless office at the north entrance to the West Wing, where an armory of riot guns and Thompson submachine guns provide additional firepower. There are several layers of security between JFK and a potential assassin, beginning at the White House gates and continuing right up the black and white tiled hallway outside the Oval Office, where an agent remains on duty whenever the president is working. Should Kennedy need to summon that agent at a moment's notice, the president can push an emergency button beneath his desk. The easiest place to attack the president is outside the White House. To prevent an American version of Bayesian theory from getting to President Kennedy, 8 Secret Service agents travel ahead to survey his upcoming location anytime he leaves the White House. The Mona Lisa painting is protected. There's no way she can be shot dead. The same cannot be said of the president. That's why the Secret Service never lets its guard down. Not yet, at least. They unveiled the Mona Lisa. JFK is aware of his enemies and he knows the threats will not go away no matter how often he shuts out the world at night by dropping the needle on his hi-fi and listening to Camelot. Lee Harvey Oswald's life continues to be defined by a balance of passion and rage. On January 27, 1963, as 10 crowds abreast the line streets to view the Mona Lisa, Oswald orders a .38 special revolver through the mail. The cost is $29.95. Oswald slides a $10 bill into the envelope with the balance to be paid on delivery. He keeps the purchase a secret from Marina by having the gun sent to his P.O. box and uses the alias of A.J. Hiddell. He has no special plans for his pistol, nobody's been making any threats on his life, and for now he has no intention to kill anyone. He merely just likes the idea of owning a gun, just in case. January comes to an end, and with it the Mona Lisa stay in Washington, D.C. On February 4th, another high-security motorcade drives the painting to New York, where Mona Mania reaches even greater heights. Stop drinking! It is so loud! I can hear every contraction of your esophagus. It's as bad as your PlayStation mic.
Mom.
Thus, Jackie Kennedy may be right. She thinks John and Jackie are in control of Americans' fate. This might just be Camelot, or at least a part of it. For her, there's no dark side to the story, although it definitely exists. When Jackie thinks of Camelot, she focuses on the final act of the play, where King Arthur regains his wonder and hope. But she overlooks the rest of the story. Camelot is fraught with tragedy, and fighting, and betrayal. There's danger and death. More than half the knights of the Round Table are slain before the final curtain falls. And Queen Guinevere, the heroine with whom Jackie so identifies, ends up alone. Alright, there we go. That's chapter done. Honey bun.
How do I leave comments? I don't know how to leave comments.
Yep, there is indeed 27 chapters, and I'm on 8.
It won't let me leave comments on this.
On what?
I'm supposed to be leaving comments on blogs, and it's not letting me leave comments on this person's. What is going on?
You see my VODs channel, Logan? When I made my VODs channel. Cubs Taden.
Keep swimming every day for an hour and you'll be set.
Yeah, that's what everybody tells me.
At Chubb's Caden.
I'll stream for like 4 days in a row for like 5 hours and get one viewer and get bored.
Right,
One day or day one, Logan?
You're
I don't even know what you said.
Boom.
You're the whitest guy to ever grace this planet.
Do that.
Did you even notice Callie? Alright, Soren, I'm traveling. Soren, are you traveling?
No. Now I am.
Soren. Soren!
Wait.
For the love of God. Now I took damage. God. It's all your fault. Oh my God, dude. I'm literally running. How am I getting hit? I never get hit by these.
I know, kidding. It's all my fault.
It is. I'm gonna scrutinize you for it. If you insta-die, I'm gonna touch you. That was low-key embarrassing, Soren.
Bro, it literally happens all the time. You move so fast. I don't even have a horse, bro. Bro, he just cut me up like a cucumber, man.
Dude, let me get up and roll. I get hit by these. Every time I go to do that, he just runs away from me. Oh. Mm. 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 What? Did you watch that, Soren?
No.
Or were you watching TikTok?
You know me so well.
I just got killed by his thing in the actual middle of my roll.
I should probably respawn. You ready, Caden? You ready to lose?
I've
You
been
to
ready,
win?
Soren. It's you that keeps losing. Soren, move so he doesn't hit us. Thank God he's shooting
so
at
he
you,
only
though.
hits me when I don't even have torrent.
Because you got in first. That's how that works.
I'll remember not to do that next time.
Don't worry. It's usually me that gets in first anyways. Why is he going after you?
Okay. I'm just lock on him. Yes.
Mm.
Bro.
Heal.
Can he go somewhere else with that nonsense? Okay.
He's still
The dog
chasing you.
should kill him. Oh my god. Why does he keep randomly logging onto me? I'm trying to look at something.
He's chasing you. Alright, he's going into space.
It's over for me.
Wallahi, I'm finished.
Bro, as soon as these meteorites shoot, I'm cooked. Yeah, I'm just cooked.
Why hasn't he shot them yet?
I think it's because I'm not far enough away from him.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. You solo kid.
What is that attack? I've never seen that. Uh-oh, I accidentally summoned somebody. Don't worry, Soren. I don't solo. Ow! Uh-oh. Soren. Do you see what's happened?
What?
I'm out of mana.
Dead, are you using summons?
I accidentally used one.
Just finish it all. Okay, you got it. Keep cooking. It would be a shame if you accidentally summoned more.
I didn't. Ow! Why me? Dude,
Bro, honestly,
this guy's gonna kill him.
you're cooked.
Please dodge. For the love of God, dodge this.
Okina has died. Okinawa.
What?
Samurai. You died.
Oh, no duh. You died
Defeat.
in second phase at the
Where
very beginning.
defeat? Where defeat? Bum ba ba bum 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 bottom.
If only every bit of damage dealt to him wasn't me, then I would have had FP flasks. But
I did like 4,000.
4,000 out of what? 50k?
24 karat magic in the air. What hit me, bro?
Alright, I see my runes. They're on a straight path to him as well. What are you hitting him with? Is that throwing darts?
I'm hitting him with my crossbow.
What is that? Throwing darts, and I hear of a crossbow reloading.
Fucking asshole, man.
Hmm. Bro. Got one more death, Soren.
Pardon?
I've got one more death before I have to read again.
Aw. Shove it up there. Bro, do you think Badon's lose? Honestly. I'm talking about like his shoulder blade joints.
What about
Because
him?
like, have you seen what he's doing to us? He's like flying around the battlefield. It's not fair. Oh, I have an idea. It's probably not gonna work, but if it doesn't work, I guess you can have fun reading.
You can probably parry his meteors.
Let's quick him.
Where are my runes? I honest to God don't know where my runes are. I found them.
It didn't work,
Soren, it's legitimately unbearable, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought he had another attack. Good thing he just missed that on me. I can't dodge that one. Well, I guess I'm reading. Soren.
Hmm?
Just stick to the sword, bro. That's all you need. Is your torrent still not working?
Bro, it's been not working. It's not gonna work. It hasn't worked besides 2 boss fights. In one of them, I ran into his attack.
2 of them. Alright, well, I guess I'll get to reading.
Seems reasonable.
Gotta read again. Because I died another 3rd time and we lost the boss fight another 3rd time. Logan, look at me. Look at me, Logan. I need you to read my lips. Alright, I'm locked in now. Time to read. Back to reading. Again. March 11th, 1963. St. Augustine, Florida, at 8 p.m. The loneliest man in Camelot wants to be president of the United States. Lyndon Baines Johnson stands bathed in a spotlight. His typewritten speech lies before him on the lectern, but he's not focused on the words. He's more interested on the 2 tables of voters somewhere out in the audience who might just make that possible presidential dream come true. What Lyndon Johnson wants, above all else, is a return to power. He adores power, and he will endure anything to know that heady sensation once again. Anything. The vice president searches the room for Negro tables, desperate to know if his political gamble will pay off. Robert Francis Kennedy will also want to be president of the United States, with 5 years to go before the 1968 election. I just lost my spot. Vidal in Esquire's magazine March issue picks him to win the Democratic nomination over Lyndon Johnson. Bobby Kennedy has become a political force that even the vice president worries he's powerless to stop Bobby from winning. It all seems so easy. JFK until 1968, then Bobby takes the White House, and then wins in 1972, and then maybe even Teddy in 1976 and 1980. The Kennedy dynasty is poised to control the American presidency for the next 20 years. It's almost a sure thing. But there are no sure things in politics, and little does LBJ know that insidious forces are possibly targeting Bobby, even now, plotting not only the Attorney General's downfall, but that of the entire Kennedy family political dynasty. August 5th, 1962, Marilyn Monroe lies naked face down in her bed. She is dead. Police investigators see no sign of trauma. The Los Angeles coroner will later conclude that the actress died from an overdose of barbiturates? I don't know. Yet her stomach is almost completely empty with no pill residue whatsoever. The public instantly chalks up Marilyn's life to death of a life of excess. The tabloids have firmly established that she is a substance abuser, so there's little public outcry for a closer look at what happened to the glamorous actress, but there is a darker theory circulating in the precincts of organized crime. Mafia lore suggests that old Sam Giancana, CIA connection from the Operation Mongoose days, is still quietly active. The theory holds that Giancana conspired to have Monroe murdered by a team of 4 hitmen who entered her home, taped her mouth shut, and injected a lethal suppository of barbiturates and chloral hydrate into her anus. This was done to prevent the vomiting that often accompanies an oral drug overdose. The tape was removed from her mouth once she was dead, and Monroe's body wiped clean. That's crazy. Peter Lawford will later claim that Bobby was in Monroe's home that night, having flown down from the Bay Area, where he was staying with Ethel and 4 of their children. Lawford's story, not confirmed by anyone, alleges that Marilyn was going to reveal her former relationship with JFK to the press, and that Bobby was present in Los Angeles trying to do damage control. The recollections of both Lawford and Mafia members have been dissected thoroughly. Neither has been proven true, nor have the rumors that Bobby and Marilyn were having an affair of their own. The facts are that Marilyn Monroe phoned Bobby several times throughout the summer of 1962. She was distraught over the end of her affair with JFK and was openly gossiping about it in Hollywood. The press had begun asking questions about the affair, and it appeared it might surface during the 1964 election. Yet, Northern California ranch, where Bobby and his family were staying on the night of Marilyn's death, was an hour from the nearest airport and a 5-hour drive from Los Angeles. Makes it highly unlikely that RFK could have slipped away without being unnoticed. Any involvement by Bobby Kennedy in Marilyn Monroe's death, whether it was suicide or murder, makes it a conspiracy theory without substance to the day. There is no question, however, that Monroe's going public could have been enough to sink a presidential campaign. JFK was perceived to be a dedicated family man. Details of a sordid affair with the flamboyant Monroe could have ruined the image of Camelot. Meanwhile, Bobby Kennedy is quietly backing away from his anti-mafia investigations, with family baggage all over the place. No sense angering old friends unnecessarily. But LBJ is making new friends. He's thrilled by the presence of black voters at his St. Augustine dinner speech. I hate you, Soren. What matters are the symbolic reasons he flew to Florida in that first place, his courtship of black Americans. LBJ's brown eyes scan the mostly white audience in Ponce de Leon. hotel's ballroom. Finally, he locates the so-called Negro tables. The vice president insisted upon this act of integration when accepting this speaking engagement. I've been saying this, Soren. I asked you if it was okay to say, because it's
muted and deafened.
It's a direct Lyndon Johnson quote.
Well, you're not going to college if you stream it.
Okay, bro. Because I am willing to read the book. That word has no meaning. It's simply just the title of a table. That was it. But at least Johnson can return to Washington, bragging that he's on the front lines of a battle for racial equality. I need to put that in civil rights. Johnson is sucking up to African Americans. Of racial equality, but in reality is just doing it to try to get elected. But he's now invisible in Washington. For Johnson, the Kennedy White House is not Camelot. He compares the experience with another C word, castration. LBJ refers to himself as a steer or a cut dog. The president deliberately excludes him from important meetings, makes jokes about him behind his back, and ignores him at the White House dinner parties, if he even bothers to invite him at all. The president isn't the only one treating Johnson with contempt. What is that? They couldn't see you. You can only see my face. It's okay. I have Soren watching TikTok for maybe a good 40 minutes. You giving me a bugle's perfectly fine. The president is the only one treating Johnson with contempt. Bobby thinks that LBJ is a political charlatan. Jackie keeps her distance, and the White House staff can barely conceal their disdain. The Harvards, as Johnson calls them, making fun of his ill-fitting suits, his slick back hair, and the twang of his Texas Hill Country accent. When Johnson commits the foul pas of pronouncing hors d'oeuvres as whore doves at one party, he instantly becomes the butt of Washington jokes about his hillbilly ways. One derogatory nickname for him is Uncle Cornpone. One White House staffer was overheard at a dinner party joking, Lyndon? Lyndon who? But Johnson is anything but gone, and anything but a hillbilly. During his time as Senate Majority Leader, he was masterful at passing difficult legislation. His favorite biblical verse, Isaiah 1:18, exemplifies his passion for building coalitions. Come now, let us reason together. Truth be told, the vice president is a complex man whose taste runs the gamut, from spicy deer sausage to Cutty Sark scotch to Viennese waltzes. But he's almost as sexually active as the president, only far more discreet about how he manages affairs. LBJ had almost nothing to do. His phone barely rings from his office in the executive office building. He can look out the window and see the comings and goings across the street at the White House. Sometimes the vice president will leave his desk to meander through the West Wing hallways, wishing for a meeting to attend or a decision to make. Other times he'll take a seat outside the door to Oval Office, hoping to catch John Kennedy's eye and be invited inside. Still, Johnson puts up with the abuse, because without the vice presidency, he has utterly nothing. But at the end of 4 more years, Johnson can run for the most powerful job in America. And why shouldn't he be president? He served 12 years in the House of Representatives, 12 more in the Senate, and ruled for 6 years as a majority leader. He's versed in foreign policy and domestic legislation, and can give a tutorial on the subtleties of backroom wheeling and dealing. There isn't a more qualified politician in the land. While the occasion of LBJ in the St. Augustine Hotel bathroom may be the anniversary of the city's founding, it also marks the day when Johnson takes a public stand in favor of civil rights. The Kennedy brothers have deliberately kept him out of their escalating battle for racial equality. They know that as a Southern politician, he could use the issue to gain power. Johnson understands this as well. He does everything he can to be at the forefront of JFK's civil rights campaign. For Johnson, civil rights has nothing to do with right or wrong. Taking this stand just makes good political sense. So LBJ waits, castrated and emaciated, hoping it will all pay off. Just 1 week before his St. Augustine speech, Robert Kennedy responds to the Esquire story by telling the press, "I have no plans to run at this time," which media knows to be code for "I'm running." But is he qualified? Bobby Kennedy is a lawyer who never tried a case in court. He's an attorney general who got the job because of his father and his brother. Since then, he's often ignored his duties at the Justice Department to serve as JFK's mouthpiece. And the CIA certainly doesn't approve of his job performance. One popular bumper sticker at the agency's Langley, Virginia headquarters reads, "First Ethel, now us." But the world is changing drastically, and Bobby Kennedy reflects the youth and vitality of Camelot instead of the stodgy Cold War values synonymous with older Johnson. America culture is under siege by new influences. British rock and roll band named the Beatles is releasing their first album. A new comic book character named Iron Man makes his debut. Writer Betty Friedan ignites a new wave of women's movement with her book, The Feminine Mystique. The draconian U.S. penitentiary on Alcatraz Island is closed for good. As if to mark the event, the CIA expands its powers further into J. Edgar Hoover's world by creating a domestic operations division. Bobby Kennedy is aware of his cultural influence. He well understands the Camelot allure, yet he's still obsessed with his rivalry of Lyndon Johnson. In fact, he utterly hates him. Bobby does such a poor job of hiding his loathing that friends once presented him with a Lyndon Johnson voodoo doll, complete with stick pins. The one thing Bobby can't stand is a liar, and he believes Johnson lies all the time. Still, there's something in Johnson that inspires fear in Bobby. He once told a White House staffer, "Can't stand the bastard, but he's the most formidable man I know." And so two intense and ruthless politicians are set against each other once again, paralleling that of Castro and Kennedy. But neither one has an inkling about the calamity that is just now 8 months away. Lee Harvey Oswald is growing more isolated. He's turned a closet in his home into an office. There he writes angry diaries about the world around him. Diatribes, I don't know. Oswald is growing increasingly agitated, and people are beginning to fear him. Just one day after Lyndon Johnson's speech on March 12th, Oswald decides to buy a second gun to go along with the pistol in his home. This time it's a rifle, purchased through the February 1963 issue of American Rifleman magazine. The Italian Mannlicher Carcano Model 9138 was made in 1940 and originally designed for the Italian infantry during World War II. This is not a gun designed for shooting animals, but for shooting men. As a former Marine Corps sharpshooter, Oswald knows the difference, just as he knows how to clean, maintain, load, aim, and accurately fire such a weapon. Of all the amazing things happening in the world in March 1963, the simple mail-order purchase would have seemed to have little significance. In fact, nothing will have a greater impact on the world events than this $19 Italian war surplus bolt-action rifle. The weapon arrives on March 25. Marina complains that they could have used the money for food, but Oswald is pleased with the purchase and gets in the habit of riding the bus to a dry riverbed for target practice against the levee. On March 31st, while Marina is hanging diapers on the clothesline to dry, Oswald steps into the backyard dressed in all black. His new pistol is tucked into his belt. He brandishes the rifle in one hand and holds copies of 2 communist newspapers in the other. He demands that an amused Marina take photographs of him. He plans to send them to the worker and the militant to show that he is prepared to do anything to wage class warfare. On April 6, 1963, Lee Harvey Oswald is fired from his job at Jaggers Stovall. His communist rants have grown offensive to his co-workers, and his bosses claim that he's become undependable. On April 10th, 1963, Oswald decides it's time to kill someone. Alright, Soren, you ready? Soren.
Or an article I need to focus. I
Where?
walked in.
Who?
I was asking about.
Michaela?
Bro, if we fail this after 3 more attempts, I think we should move on.
Wait, my controller's not plugged in.
Oh.
I'm gonna need you to dodge one of these, but I can hit you with it. Oh. Heal, Soren. Soren, are you... Okay, thank God.
So I cannot hear you. Like, not very well. Are you there, Finn? I can't hear you.
Yes, I'm here, Soren. Soren.
Hello?
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 Hello? Hello?
Okay. Well, you just woke me up. It wasn't working.
Hmm. So glad that hit me. Soren, why don't you use the Mariah Executioner Blade?
Which one's that?
The one that flies out in front of you and like spins and stuff.
Because I can't use it efficiently.
What? Why not?
I don't have 23 arcane.
Yeah. Are you serious?
Why would I have 23 arcane? You told me to build a strength only build.
No, I'm saying, are you serious? Like, it requires 23 arcane.
Yeah.
Alright, are you ready to go in?
Sure, I guess.
Oh wait, I may have lost my souls. That'd be mad unfortunate. I think I just legit forgot to pick them up. Whoa! What's up, big bro? Thorin, did you...
What?
If it makes you feel any better, I lost my souls. Like, I don't have the slightest clue on where they're at, either. I give up on them. Oh, I see them down there. Give me my souls, bro. Please, be all of them. Nope. I lost all 50k. That was the wrong flask. What? Excuse me? Uh-oh. Oh my god. If I had one Soren Jolly, it'd all be cupcakes and rainbows.
Bro.
We just need to get those good games where we get to second phase without you getting one tapped. Do I have higher vigor than you or something?
Yeah. I'm tired.
Mine's 25. What is yours?
About 15. Barely leveled, bro. Barely leveled. Well, get to reading. Chop, chop.
That wasn't my third death.
Yeah, it was.
That was my second.
No, because we had the very, very quick first game. The second game where you lost all your runes, and then that was the third one.
You're joking. No, the third game is where I lost all my runes. The self-proclaimed third game is where I lost all my runes. That was the second game. Because I lost them on the first because we insta-died.
Oh, my game's closed. I'm gonna go do homework though for the next like 3 or 4 hours.
So.
I'm not even gonna lie. I doubt I'm gonna finish before bedtime, or before I want to be in bed.
Did you already leave the game?
Yeah. I have a lot to do.
Like what?
Finish all of my ELA homework, which is a crazy amount.
Have you not been doing it? Every time I've been reading?
Yeah, I have. But I've done maybe a tenth of it the entirety of the time you've been reading. It's like barely anything.
It's mad unfortunate. Very.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll talk to you later. Bye, Kara.
Bye, Bolt Ride.
If you flesh.
Oh my god. Apparently y'all couldn't even see the game. I can't believe I lost all 50k. Oh. All 50k in my souls. Still can't believe that he didn't complete any schoolwork. That's pretty unfortunate. That's unfortunate, but it's okay. It's okay. Well, time to be real. It's the title of my Be Real. Anger. They're hitting it, dude. I'll get this bread, I guess. Game may be in quite. It's borderline miserable. Let's see if I can complete this and get the bell bearing for me and Soren whenever he gets back. Thank God, that is literally just what I needed. Oh my gosh, dude. Stop popping these.
Well, I took you for dead. No matter it. Lay out your arm.
Well, hopefully it'll do more damage now. Where she's been sleeping. Trust me, I wish I was done. I'm on chapter 9.
9.
But it's only 100 something pages. I'm way over halfway through the book. And I can, like I said, I can skim through most of it because she's only wanting us to know about Vietnam, the Cold War, and civil rights during Kennedy's presidency.
I'd hoped to a strapping young. Don't fret. Should you accept, I will teach you the secret. I need her name resting at the church at the rotting when the earth tree flood Millicent. For this, seek the deep scarlet, the needle made from analog. First, it's hidden. Then I will the secret.
Alright, bro, I'm getting off this game. right, you know. It was a good stream. 4 hours, 22 minutes. Ain't that bad. You know, I'll replay it.
What the Sigma?
But it was a good stream. So I think your boy got it ended. I think your boy has got to end it. So, alright, stream over.